what so proudly we've hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we've watched, we're so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, Lord. O'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Hannah.
Thank you so much. You're my hero. I blinked and I forgot it. How are you? I lost it. I thought of the words before because I was like, push through, you're fine, you're fine. Oh my God.
Great.
We got you. Thank you,
sweetheart.
You're so welcome. I was like, oh Lord, and he's going. And I'm like, okay.
Coming into the ring at this time for your miniature Hereford show, this is going to be Class 101. These will be fall junior heifer calves, calved July 1st through December 31st of 2024. Within the Class 101, we have two entries. Entry 1837 from Rayleigh Ezel. And we have entry 1835 from Evie Mitchell. These are the only two entries in this class, as well as the only class within this division. So first and second within Class 101 will become your champion and reserve champion fall junior heifer calves.
Well, hey, good afternoon, National Western, and just want to say a quick thank you for the invitation to be here and evaluate the cattle and work with your youth here today, and it's a pleasure to be here. So with that, let's go ahead and get started here in the miniature Hereford division. We got two females that when you study them in terms of pattern and type and kind, both high-quality females. What does it for me is soundness. This female here that wins the class, she's one that's got a little bit more reach out of her shoulder and front end. She's one that sits down a little softer off that hind leg. She keeps her spine nice and level in here, and it's tough. This sand is soft. It's freshly worked. So that's going to be something we got to contend with all day, but certainly something to look at. But in terms of soundness, in terms of functionality on their skeleton, young lady brings us a nice one. We got one here, notch more bold in terms of her rib shape by comparison. She just wants to roach and not quite as comfortable off of both ends by comparison, but those are two high-quality females to start the show off with. Go ahead and show your appreciation for these young exhibitors.
Your results coming out of Class 101 of your miniature Herefords. In second place, entry 1835 from Evie Mitchell. That becomes your reserve champion fall junior heifer calf. Your class winner, entry 1837 from Rayleigh Azell. That becomes your champion fall junior heifer calf. Set to enter the ring at this time will now be our class 102. These would be summer junior heifer calves, calved May 1st through June 30th of 2024. This division is sponsored by Briggs Miller Ranch. Within this class 102, we will have several entries. Entry 1845 from Ty McIntyre. 1844 from John Carter. 1843 from Roma Ensico. 1842 from McKenna Camp. Entry 1840 from Flora Ensico. 1839 from Ivy Fields. And entry 1838 from Claire Christensen. First place and second place within this class will become your champion and reserve champion summer junior heifer calves.
Well, a really nice class here all the way through here as we start to study. Chose to go with a female here that for me just kind of puts the most together just in terms of everything, in terms of build and design. She's a female that's level top. She's a female that's bold about her rib shape. Get around behind her. She's got plenty of muscle expression out of her hip, and she's really, really fluid on the motion off of both ends. Really a complete female. Next in line, most closely follows the prototype or the type and kind of our class winner, just in terms of how she's built. She's a female that's long spined. She's a female that's big bellied. She's a female that gets around the ring and moves relatively well. Would like to maybe see her set down just a little softer off of that hind pastern, a little more base width coming out of the back end by comparison to our class winner. And then of the remaining, young lady brings us one with the next best quality. She's a female that's got some build and center portion as you study her. She's a female that's good off of both ends on the move. Doesn't want to act quite right here today, but the young lady does a good job of keeping her cool. But in terms of just overall quality, that's a logical third sort for me in this particular class. As we work our way through this class, it comes down to structural soundness for me. And when you do that, you end up with all sizes and types and kinds just because different cattle have different structure. But we went with the female that, again, has got some look, got some eye appeal. She's one that can get around the ring. She's really soft off her hind leg. She's big off of that hind foot. Man does a good job with us here. One that's just a little bit more moderate compared to the rest of them as we get out here. She's a female that has got some rib shape to her, some center portion of body. She sets down on some good substance of bone as we view her a little more upright off of her pastern there maybe than I'd like to see. But again, this sand is soft, and relative to the remainder of the cattle here, I think that's the soundest one on the go. We get into the young lady that's got green pants on here, a female that's really long spine. She's a female that's big and bold about her structure. She's a female that tapers from hooks to pins, gets a little narrower behind. But again, that's good kind of cattle there for this young lady to bring us. That's a good one to build on for her. Just kind of runs into some quality issues here as we run up the line. Then, young lady, I love the color of this heifer. It's got that deep red color there. That's one that's desirable in terms of her color. She's a female that's got some length of body to her. She's a female that's got certainly some stoutness of hip. She just wants to taper and roach a little bit up off of her top. She's bold, heavy, structured sort of a female. A nice one to end this class. This was a good, tough class. Nice job, young lady. Let's go ahead and give them a round of applause out of the ring here.
Your results coming out of Class 102 of your Summer Junior Heifer Calves. 7th place, 1840 from Flora Ensico. 6th place, 1843 from Roma Ensico. 5th place, entry 1844 from John Carter. 4th place, entry 1838 from Claire Christensen. 3rd place, entry 1842 from McKenna Camp. 2nd place, and your reserve champion Summer Junior Heifer Calf, entry 1845 from Ty McIntyre. And your class winner and your champion Summer Junior Heifer Calf, entry 1839 from Ivy Fields. In the ring at this time is now Class 103. Class 103 is Spring Junior Heifer Calves, calved April 1st through April 30th of 2024. We have in this class entries 1851 from Thomas Vigil, 1850 from Canyon Dops, 1848 from Jody Looney, entry 1849 from Mesa Arnold, 1847 from Emmy Mitchell, and entry 1846 from Bristol Pence. This is the only class within the division, so first in place within this class will become your champion and reserve champion, Spring Junior Heifer Calves. For those of you that are wondering about the miniature Hereford breed itself, miniature Herefords are a full-blood Hereford. They are just simply not as tall as the normal ordinary Herefords that you usually see today out in the pastures. Purebred miniature Herefords are free of the dwarf gene and are registered with the American Hereford Association. That's just like their large counterparts, and their pedigrees within the AHA trace all the way back to when Hereford cattle first set foot on American soil. Herefords have come a long ways since the first arrival in the United States, and they have been repeatedly proven for their hardiness, adaptability to any environment in which they are placed, and their ease of gaining weight to produce high-quality beef. Because these species traits are special, Herefords are primarily a beef animal, and the miniatures are not so different. Miniature Herefords, because of their similar size, are much easier to handle compared to the large cattle. They require less space for comfortable living quarters, and they eat less food, far less food. Because of this, they make great backyard pets and can even help you obtain agricultural tax exemption status. Extremely docile in nature, the minis are excellent for children or even the young at heart. They are a superb 4-H and FFA animal, and they can help instill responsibility and a sense of accomplishment in a youngster. If you're interested in getting involved in the Miniature Hereford Association, by all means, see one of our board members of the Miniature Hereford Breeders Association. We want to welcome our exhibitors and spectators, as well as parents, to our Southern show ring. Our Southern show ring will house our Gelbvieh show. In the ring at this time for our Gelbviehs is class number 1. We have a single entry in class 1. These are heifer calves from February 1st of 2024 through February 29th of 2024. We have the lone entry 1364. This is Isabel Lowe from Adrian, Missouri. Your results coming out of your first class of Gelbviehs. First place, entry 1364 from Isabel Lowe. At this time, we will now bring into our Southern show ring number 2. Class number 2 will be heifer calves from January 1st through January 31st of 2024. We have 2 entries in Class 2. We'll have entry 1371 from Gabe Huser and entry 1373 from Nick Doring.
Well, I think just thickness and stoutness and bone would describe every single one of these all the way down the class. This is a really good class. The way I see it, kind of broke them out into pairs here, just in terms of how these animals are built. Chose to go with the female here that's got the length of body. She's got the extra added center portion and dimension. You look at her, she's really elegant from the side profile, really long and extended up through her front end. She's a female that's angular about her hip. Get around behind her, she's got plenty of spread and plenty of base width as you look. Not wanting to kind of cooperate here in this soft sand here, but a female that does take a nice sound, soft stride off of her hind leg, nice reach out of her shoulder. Added to it, I just like her extra look and eye appeal. She's got that deep cherry red color that I get more and more questions about every year. Really highly desirable sort of a female. Going second, young lady's got a nice one that sorts pretty logical. I think this one here, just in terms of circumference of bone, probably has the advantage in the class. She's a female that's long spine like our class winner. She's a female that's long, wide about her pin set. She maybe tapers just a little bit as we track her in terms of her base width, but a really high quality female there that I think follows the type and kind of our class winner. Then as we add stoutness of hip, we get around behind these females, stoutness through their center portion, stoutness through their stifle and center portion as we get around behind them. This female here, I mean, if you want to switch 3 and 4, certainly go ahead, but I just thought that she's kind of the longer bodied, deeper bodied female as we study her comparison to the ones that win this particular class. But again, I think it gets really highly close to 2 highly competitive ones. This one here is just kind of she's really chiseled, really expressive out of her hip. She's a female that maybe lacks a little bit of her depth of body by comparison to the cattle above her, but she's really nice and soft off of that hind leg as she moves, has some good flexibility. Just a nice female there that goes in fourth. Nice job, young lady. As we go through the young man with the cowboy hat on here, again, some added length of body by comparison. A female that has got some stoutness to her hip of the remaining cattle here. I'd like to maybe just soften her up off her hind leg and her pastern as we compare. I think she's pretty good off of her front end. Let's just maybe soften her up off of that hind leg just a little bit. Young lady's got a highly fit, highly presented one here. She's one that's really elegant up through her front shoulder. She's one, again, as you look at her, she's got some center portion of body. Maybe just gives up some productivity as we compare her to the cattle above her, but that stock to start off with the young lady. You go ahead and make some breeding improvements to this one. You got yourself a cow herd there. Go ahead and give this group a round of applause. Wonderful set.
Your results from Class 103 of your miniature Herefords. In 6th place, entry 1849 from Mesa Arnold. 5th place, 1851 from Thomas Vigil. 4th place, 1847 from Evie Mitchell. 3rd place, 1846 from Bristol Pence. 2nd place in your reserve champion spring junior heifer calf, entry 1848 from Jody Looney. And your class winner and champion spring junior heifer calf, entry 1850 from Canyon Dops. In the ring at this time for our miniature Herefords will be Class 104A Class 104A is our early spring junior heifer calves, calved March 1st through the 31st of 2024. This division is sponsored by KAL Enterprises of Mini Herefords. In this class, we have entry 1862 from Berkeley Went, 1861 from Jordan Wilgenbush, 1860 from Carson Clements, 1859 from Tessa Taylor, entry 1865 from Trinity Bulger, and entry 1858 from Claire Christensen. Over in your Gelbvieh show ring, your results for class number 2. Class number 2, second place, entry 1373 from Nick Doring. First place went to entry 1371 from Gabe Huser. And the ring at this time is now our champion drive for our judge, Mr. Matt Lewis of Iliff, Colorado, to select your champion and reserve champion heifer calves. Your Gelbvieh heifer calf champion comes out of class number 2. That is entry 1371 from Gabe Huser of Minneapolis, Kansas. Your reserve champion is going to come from class number 1. That is entry 1364 from Isabel Lowe of Adrian, Missouri. Coming in the ring at this time is going to be class number 4 in your programs. This will be our senior heifer calves division. This will be the first class of the division. These calves have been born September 1st of 2023 through December 31st of 2023. We have 2 entries within this class. Entry 1411, that is going to be from Hadley Ketcherside of Cuba, Missouri. And we have entry 1388 from Callan Warner of Arapahoe, Nebraska. Your results from class number 4 of your Gelbviehs. Second place, entry 1388 from Callan Warner. And your class winner, entry 1411 from Hadley Catcherside. Coming in the ring at this time is now going to be class number 5. This will be senior heifer calves, August 1st through August 31st of 2023. We have a single entry in class number 5, 1389 from Casey Brown of Dwight, Kansas.
Yeah, I think there's certainly some give and take in this class here. Again, kind of separates themselves out into pairs here. I chose to go with the female that's just a little bit more maternal, a little bit more elegant out of her front third. She's a female that's boldly shaped through her center portion. She gets around and is real soft off of that hind leg and on the move, keeps her top line really level on the move. You get around behind her, I think she's got plenty of spread behind her pin set there. Maybe not quite as stout boned and as powerful as our second place, but yet one that sorts to me out of the top here. Again, an extra quality one here in second, one that is fit to the nines here, one that is really robust in terms of her center portion of body, highly fit, highly presented. You get around behind her, she has that extra shape and dimension out of her hip. She's a female that sits down on a notch more bigger bone than our class winner, and I'll certainly grant that to her. Just not quite as pretty and as elegant as our class winner, but we need cattle like this of both types and kinds, and they're going to be highly productive for these young people on down the road. Nice job. We got another one here, one that's long spine. She's one that's long and level about her hip. She's a female that's soft off of that hind leg. The next couple cattle here, when they kind of first walked in, I kind of wanted to maybe sort them to the top, but both of these are holding more condition. Anytime they hold more condition or they're fatter, they're going to look more high volume as well. And so as we look at this female, though, I think that's a high quality built one there, but don't know if she's quite as stout and as massive. She's just kind of maybe got more condition relative to our class winners that are a little bit fresher. This female here, again, is another long-bodied sort of a female. She's long in terms of her muscle pattern. She's a female that's big in terms of her bone. She's a female that, again, you get around behind her, I think she's got plenty of space, plenty of width. She's a female that's she's the most conditioned in the class, and that kind of makes her look a little bit plainer and deeper through the lower portions of her body, but that didn't take away that that's a very, very nice female to start with. Take and make some breeding recommendations to that one. That's one to start a herd with. This young lady here brings us one that's ultra long in terms of her spine. She's long from hooks to pins. She's a female, you get around behind her. She just doesn't have quite that spread and that base width that the cattle do above her, but a good quality kind of a female that the young lady brings us. She does a wonderful job. Young man here, I hope you stick with this. We need more and more young people here in this agriculture realm. As we look at this female, she's got all the right parts and pieces. She just kind of gets out-horsed in this particular class. She's a female that's got some center portion of body. She's a female that sits down on some feet and some leg here. She's a female that gets around the ring relatively well, just gives up the stoutness and power relative to the cattle above her. Go ahead and give the young man and all these exhibitors a round of applause.
Your results coming out of Class 104A of your miniature Herefords. 6th place, 1860 from Carson Clements. 5th place, 1859 from Tessa Taylor. 4th place, 1861 from Jordan Wilgenbush. 3rd place, 1865 from Trinity Bolger. 2nd place, entry 1862 from Berkeley Went. And your class winner, entry 1858 from Claire Christensen. In your miniature Hereford show ring at this time is Class 104B. These are still early spring junior heifer calves, calved March 1st through the 31st. In this class, we have entries 1857 from Jackson Clausen, 1855 from Colton Christensen. We have another entry, 1856 from Colton Christensen, 1854 from Trinity Bolger, 1853 from Rayleigh Ezel, and entry 1852 from A.J. Camp. That is your completed class of Class 104B. Over within the South Show ring in your Gelbvieh show, your results from class number 5, entry 1389, first place is Casey Brown. In the ring at this time is now going to be your champion and reserve champion selection for your senior heifer calves of your Gelbvieh breed. Your champion Gelbvieh senior heifer calf comes from class number 4, that is entry 1411. That is from Hadley Ketcherside of Cuba, Missouri. Your reserve champion, senior heifer calf in the Gelbvieh, comes from class number 5, entry 1389, from Casey Brown of Dwight, Kansas. Coming in the ring at this time for your Gelbvieh show in the Southern Show Ring is class number 7. This is a new division. This will be our junior yearling heifers. In class number 7, we have 2 entries, 1396 from Owen Spencer of Pierre, South Dakota. And we have entry 1398 from Elena Winter of Hillsboro, Kansas.
As we go through this class here, I think there's certainly some differences in terms of type here. One we go with here, there's just the most to her as you study her. She's the one that's the most robust. She's broody about her makeup. She's big and soggy and deep middled. She's a female that's stout and powerful and robust over her hip. She's got some substance of bone as you look at her. And I was just telling this young lady as I was conversing, she's brought me 2 cattle now. And again, this may seem insignificant, but to me it's a big deal. 2 really big-footed cattle, ones that are big-toed and big-footed. You might say, well, give them a hoof trimming. Well, yeah, maybe, but coming from my experience, my industry experience, come from a lot of cattle that are too small hoofed and too small footed, and that ties to structural issues. And of course, we care about structure because structure is a longevity trait. Structure is an indicator, one of our better indicators is going to tell us how long these cattle are going to stay in the herd, and it costs a lot of money to get them there. We want them to stay there and be productive a long time. This female's big, bold, broody, a logical sort for me. Young man brings us the cherry red color. Again, that deeper red color that I really like. And again, I'm getting more and more interest, more and more calls from people from that deep red cherry color. She's a female that's long spined. Of the remainders of the group, she's bold about the bottom portion of her rib shape. And she's a female that's incredibly sound and flexible off of that hind leg, takes a nice long reach off of her hind leg and hip. And she keeps that top dead level. If there's going to be structure problems that show up, it's going to show up in their spine, and they need them to be dead level on the move, and that one does it. Young lady's been bringing me ones all day that are really, really good fit, really well presented, and really high showing. So my hat's off to this young lady for bringing me such high quality cattle. As we look at her, she just doesn't have quite the lower turn to her rib shape by comparison relative to the cattle, but she does have that extra look and style and eye appeal. And of the remaining cattle, she's the best in terms of her structure. She's north and south in terms of her feet and leg placement. Takes a nice long stride off of that hip and that hind leg. Nice job, young lady. Been bringing good cattle all day. Young man here, wonderful female. She is by far the thickest, stoutest, most powerful hip female out here. She's big and broad over her top, big and broad over her rear and her rump. She's a female. We just need to kind of loosen her up through her hocks and through her pasterns and down to the ground. But she is very, very stout and powerful. What a nice sort of a female the young man brings us. An added thing that I like about this particular heifer as she leaves, she does have pigment around her eyes. And again, the ones that have pigment around their eyes seem to have less eye trouble. So that's something to make note of on that particular heifer there. Rounding things out, young man in the cowboy hat brings us one that's really long spine. She's really long from hooks to pins. She's a female that's angular about her hip shape, and she's a female that does have some flexibility off of both ends. She just lacks maybe the stoutness and power and muscle down low as we compare her to the cattle above, but that's a good starting grounds for that young man. You go ahead and make some changes to that one, you got yourself a cow. Go ahead and give these exhibitors a round of applause, please.
Your results coming out of Class 104B on your miniature Hereford show. 5th place, 1852 from A.J. Camp. 4th place, 1857 from Jackson Clausen. 3rd place, entry 1853 from Rayleigh Hazel. 3rd place, 1856 from Colton Christensen. And your class winner was 1854 from Trinity Bulger. In the miniature Hereford show ring at this time, we have brought back our 1st and 2nd place winners from classes 104A and 104B. Our judge, Mr. Lautner, will select our champion and reserve champion early spring junior miniature Hereford heifer calves. Your results coming out of class number 7 in your Gelbvieh show. 2nd place goes to entry 1398 from Elena Winter. And your class winner, entry 1396 from Owen Spencer. In the ring at this time for your Gelbvieh show is class number 8. This is junior yearling heifers, February 1st through February 28th of 2023. We have the lone entry 1402 from Carter Voss of Bruning, Nebraska.
As we get out into this division here, young lady brings us one out of that first class here. We kind of talked about her just in terms of her flexibility off of both ends, in terms of her rib shape. She's a female that's really elegant in terms of her makeup relative to the class that she came out of. And just as you study her on the side profile, just a good-looking, stylish sort of a female there. Really high-quality one that the young lady brings us. And then coming out of the second class there, really robust, really stout one that maybe doesn't have the extra look out of her front third, that extra extension out of her front third, but that calf there is really, really fit and presented and shown to a high degree, and so my hat's off to the young lady coming out of second there. We get out of the class that we just came out of. Young lady brings this one that's long relative to her spine, bold about her body and her shape. She's one that's square and angular out of her hip, and she sits down on some tremendous circumference of bone and just big foot, and you just really have to appreciate how heavy structured this female is. She gets around and she's really, really flexible. She maybe doesn't have quite the extension out of her front about third by comparison. But again, as we look at front ends, those are cool in terms of the show ring look. But just to tell you how important a neck is in a cattle, when we take beef cattle to the market, we actually remove their head, and it's actually the place that we give shots. So because it's one of the least valuable places, and so give or take, I think we've got to have some looseness through that front end to give them that functionality when you make them this stout and powerful. And if that's where she gives it up, then so be it. I still think she has some look and some eye appeal and keeps that eloquence about her, just making comparisons relative to some cattle. Then coming out of the last group there, the second place, deep red color, she is one that's longer and extended out of her neck. She's a female that it's got some extension to her as well, just not quite as stout and powerful over her hip by comparison. Let's go ahead and give this group a round of applause, and I'll call them how I see them.
Over in your miniature Herefords, your champion early spring junior heifer calf comes from entry 1854 of Trinity Bulger. And your reserve champion early spring junior heifer calf was just crowned. That would be the first place coming out of Class 104A, entry 1858 from Claire Christensen. Your results coming out of Class number 8 of junior yearling heifer Gelbvieh's. First place, entry 1402 from Carter Voss. In the ring at this time for our Gelbvieh show will be now Class number 9. These will be junior yearling heifers born January 1st through January 31st of 2023. We have a single entry in this class, 1404, from Addie Winter of Hillsboro, Kansas. Coming in the ring at this time right now for your miniature Herefords is Class 105. These are winter junior heifer calves calved January 1st through February 29th of 2024. We have entry 1870 from Brenna Thorson, 1869 from Evie Mitchell, 1868 from Allison Griffin, 1866 from Mesa Arnold, 1867 from Riley White, and 1864 from Jolie McIndeffer. Your results for class number 9 of junior yearling heifers. First place, entry 1404 from Addie Winter. At this time, within our Gelbvieh show, we will bring back our first and second place winners from classes 7, 8, and 9. Our judge, Mr. Matthew Lewis, will select our champion and reserve champion junior yearling Gelbvieh heifers.
As we get over here on the miniature Hereford side of things, a pretty logical sort for me as we look at just overall type and quality and kind. This heifer's the most eloquent. She's the most put together. She's the most complete in terms of her design. She comes up out of the top side of her neck into her head, higher than anything. Just gives off that good cocky look. She's a female that's got some expression and some center portion of body. She's got some stoutness and power out of her hip. She sits down on some good circumference of bone. For me, I'd like to maybe stride her out just a little bit. She gets a little bit shorter coupled in terms of her structure. But again, in terms of quality, on the standstill, she's got probably the best profile out here, but like to free her up. But again, I think she's certainly well deserving in this particular class. And then as we look at the style, relative to our class winner, we've got one here that's really feminine in terms of her design. She's long in terms of her spine. She's a female that doesn't have quite the muscle expression as you get out from hooks to pins and then carry that down through her stifle width, but she takes a nice long grab off of that hind leg. She's got that dark red color there, again, that I've kind of talked about a little bit today, being desirable. Just a good female there that goes in second. If you want to switch a few of these here in this particular class, I certainly would welcome that, but this is just kind of how I see them as we go through. Next young lady's heifer, one that's really bold in terms of her skeleton. She's one that is just big-footed, big-boned, flexible off of both ends. She's really long spine. She's a female that's got some hip to her. This gives up some of that extra look and eye appeal and that pizzazz that our class winners, or our top of our class, does, but that's a good female, good foundation female there for the young lady to start off with. We get one here. The young lady brings us one that's the biggest and longest bodied out of the class. She's the biggest in terms of her skeleton. She's probably the longest one from hooks to pins as well. As we get around behind her through her pin set and down through her stifle width, she wants to taper, doesn't have quite that power and quite that base width as we study her, but again, that's a good flexible, practical kind of a female. If we stouten her up off her hind leg, we go ahead and put her up a notch or two in this class. Young lady brings us one here, again, another good long-bodied female. She's long relative, pulls that length on through her hooks to pins there. She's a female that can get around and move. Again, we'd like to see her deeper bodied from the side profile, maybe see just a little bit more stoutness and power relative to the group, but a good quality female, a good foundation for the young lady to start off with. Young lady here, she's done a wonderful job in the ring. I had a chance to talk with these exhibitors a little bit. This young lady bought the cow and then raised the calf and plans to keep on doing it. And so I told her to keep up the good work. She's doing an amazing job. You can just see that fire and that look in your eye, and that's something that I certainly appreciate. As we look at her, maybe just not quite the production that the rest of them have. Congratulations. Maybe not quite the production that maybe the rest of them have, but again, as we look at one that's just practical, one that's got some body, one that's got some build, and one that's made like a female, that's a good starting point for that young lady. Go ahead and give all those exhibitors a round of applause. Wonderful job.
Some results to get through. Your champion and reserve champion junior yearling heifers in your Gelbvieh breed. Your champion went to entry 1396 of Owen Spencer. Your reserve champion, entry 1402 from Carter Voss. In the ring at this time for your Gelbvieh show is now going to be your champion and reserve champion Gelbvieh female selection. So we have our champion and reserve champions back from each division. Some results coming in for Class 105 of your miniature Herefords, your winter junior heifer calves division, the only class within the division. 6th place, entry 1868 from Allison Griffin. 5th place, 1866 from Mesa Arnold. 4th place, 1864 from Jolie McIndeffer. 3rd place, 1867 from Riley White. 2nd place, and that's going to be your reserve champion winter junior heifer calf, 1869 from Evie Mitchell. And your class winner and your champion winter junior heifer calf, 1870 from Brenna Thorson. In the ring at this time for your miniature Herefords is now going to be a new division. This is Class 106A. This division is sponsored by Glory Farms. This will be fall intermediate heifers calved October 1st through December 31st of 2023. Within this class, we'll have entries 1882 from McKenna Camp, 1881 from Jordan Wilgenbush, 1880 from Remington Blesson, 1878 from Tate Taylor, 1879 also from Remington Blesson, and entry 1877 from Ben Cottle. These are your entries that make up Class 106A of your miniature Herefords. Your champion Gelbvieh female comes from your junior division. That is entry 1396 from Owen Spencer. Rolling into consideration for the reserve will be the reserve from said division. That is entry 1402 from Carter Voss. Your reserve champion Gelbvieh female also comes from your junior yearling heifer division. That is entry 1402 from Carter Voss.
Yeah, just a really robust, broody type of female, one that you look at her in terms of her side profile. She's one that really profiles out. She's a female that's stout and powerful out of her hip. She's really heavy structured and big-footed as you study her. She's one that gets around, has got plenty of reach off of her hip and hind leg, holds herself together really well. Just a good quality, complete sort of a female to start this particular class. And the young man in the hat brings us one that most closely rivals our class winner in terms of quality, in terms of type and kind. This heifer here is a longer-bodied female relative to our class winner. She's a female that might be just a notch longer hipped from hooks to pins as well. She's a female that gives up the stoutness and power that our class winner does in terms of going down to the ground, stifle width, base width, those sorts of things. But relative to our class winner, that's a good logical one to start to follow up with. Then the female, then we've got a female here, one that again has got some length of body. She's got some stoutness in terms of her circumference of bone. She's a female that's just not quite as comfortable off of her feet and legs, wants to roach just a little bit off of her top by comparison, but a good heifer there that goes in third. Young lady brings me a really good long-bodied one. She does a nice job showing. As we look at her, she's just a little shorter hipped from hooks to pins. She's a female that gets a little bit deeper through her chest and through her brisket by comparison. Keep doing a good job. Yep. And the young lady's done a nice job for us all day, but gets a little deeper through her chest, and that kind of throws her balance off relative to the others in the class here. And as we get in here, if you want to maybe switch these two, by all means, go ahead, but I just felt like the darker red color had just a little bit more substance to her. She's bigger through the lower center portion of her rib. She's a female that sets down on some more bone as we study her. And then as we see her track in terms of her base width, she's just got a little bit more to her by comparison in terms of her stifle width. And to round things out, the young lady does an excellent job. This calf is fit, highly presented, highly shown. When we look at her, she's got the look. She's got the eye appeal. Again, she is highly fit and highly presented. You get around behind her, she tapers through her pin set and then tapers down to the ground and gets a little cow-hawked by comparison, especially when we get this one on the standstill. But the young lady did a nice job. Go ahead and give all those exhibitors a round if you would, please.
Your results for Class 106A of your Fall Intermediate Miniature Hereford Heifers. 6th place, 1882 from McKenna Camp. 5th place, 1880 from Remington Blessed. 4th place, 1881 from Jordan Wilgenbush. 3rd place, 1879 from Remington Blessed. 2nd place, 1877 from Ben Cottle. And your class winner, entry 1878 from Tate Taylor. In the ring at this time will now be Class 106B. This is our second class within the division. This is still Fall Intermediate Heifer calves, calved October 1st through December 31st. Within this class of miniature Herefords, we have 3 entries. 1876 from Jody Looney, 1875 from Fallon Savage, and entry 1872 from Britton Schlegel. At this time, within our Gelbvieh show, we have taken a pause for pictures at the backdrop with our judge. As soon as our pictures are done, we will move right into our junior balancer females, starting with class number 1.
As you look at this female here, she's one that's incredibly long-bodied and level about her spine. She's a female that has some extra rib shape and dimension through her center portion. I guess what I like about her, again, she's got kind of that deeper red color to her as well. But she is really big-footed, really big structured, really soft and really carries herself incredibly well. When you get them that long-bodied and that stout, it's really hard to take them and have them take that nice long stride and still keep their spine level, and that tells me that she's got that extra degree of soundness when you look at her. Just a good high-quality, stylish sort of a female young lady brought to us. Young lady brings us one here, again, one that's big and bold through her center portion. Probably got a notch more boldness through her center portion, but she is shorter-bodied relative to our class winner. That's one that's really heavy in terms of her structure. She's stout out of her hip. Just doesn't have quite the extra look and eye appeal that our class winner does, but the young lady does a wonderful job exhibiting. Young man here in the hat, we got one here that's super good in terms of quality. She's one that's functional in terms of her makeup. She's one that's going to go on and make a nice female for this young individual. She's built the right way. She's one that's got center rib. She's one that's got some hip. She's one that's got some build to her. She just gets out-horsed in terms of power relative to the cattle above. Super good, high-quality class. I think any one of these calves you could take and run them out of the ring and they wouldn't miss a step. They're just that good in terms of feet and legs, and want to commend them. Go ahead and give them a round of applause, please.
Your results for Class 106B of Fall Intermediate Miniature Hereford Heifers. Third place, 1872 from Britton Schlegel. Second place, 1876 from Jody Looney. And your class winner, 1875 from Fallon Savage. Coming into the ring at this time for your miniature Herefords will be our first and second place winners from classes 106A and B. Our judge, Mr. Travis Lautner, will select our champion and reserve champion fall intermediate heifers. Your results from class number 1 of your Gelbvieh Junior Balancer Female Show. These are heifer calves from April 1st through May 31st of 2024. In second place, entry 1352 from Reed Overmiller. And your class winner, entry 1353, is Kasha Alber of Guide Rock, Nebraska. Coming in the ring at this time for your Junior Balancer Female Show, class number 2. These are heifer calves March 1st of 2024 through March 31st of 2024. We have entries in this class 1355 from Tegan Butterfield of Atkinson, Nebraska. 1356 from Tegan Butterfield of Atkinson, Nebraska. Entry 1360 comes from Casey Brown of Dwight, Kansas. And entry 1409 comes from Bo Gottschall of Stewart, Nebraska.
Yeah, we talked about this female out of the first division here, or first class here as we look. She's one that's really ultra stout and powerful. She's good bellied, good middled. She's a female that probably has the advantage in terms of expression out of the top side of her hip and carries that on down through her lower stifle. A little bit more stoutness and power and pop out of her hip. Yet I think she does a good job of maintaining femininity and still looks like a female. Just have to really appreciate that extra added stoutness and power that she has. She ties in real nice and tall out of the top of her neck and head, and just has a good cocky look to her. Just a really stout, powerful sort of a female there. We get into the next one here. She's one we talked. She's long-bodied. She's really smooth-made. She's a female that is good off of both ends. As you get around behind her, not quite as much width and power as we study comparison to the calf ahead of her. Again, as you look at these kind of cattle, you just kind of have to consider what type and kind it is that you're looking for. And my opinion is we need kind of both types and kinds to make the cattle, these cattle work, but we do need to keep them sound. We need to keep them sound off their feet and legs, and I think that's highly important, and I think that's something that got all of these calves into the position that they're in contention for the division here. Let's go ahead and give them a round of applause, and I'll pick the two that we like best.
Your champion fall intermediate heifer comes out of Class 106B for your miniature Herefords. That is entry 1878 from Tate Taylor. Rolling into consideration will be our second place from Class 106A. That'll be entry 1877 from Ben Cottle. Your reserve champion fall intermediate heifer is your first place winner from 106B. That is entry 1875 from Fallon Savage. In the show ring at this time for your miniature Herefords is now Class 107A. These are summer intermediate heifers, calved July 1st through September 30th of 2023. We have entries in this class from 1894 of John Carter, 1893 of Ada Pence. 1892 comes from Walker Wiley. 1892 from Deacon James. And entry 1884 from Piper McIntyre. This completes your Class 107A of miniature Herefords. Your results for class number 2 of your junior balancer females. 4th place, 1409, comes from Bo Gottschall. 3rd place, entry 1356 from Tegan Butterfield. 2nd place, 1360 from Casey Brown. And your class winner, entry 1355 from Tegan Butterfield. And the ring at this time for your balancer show is now class number 3. These are heifer calves of February 1st through February 29th of 2024. In this class, we have entries 1361 from Gabe Huser of Minneapolis, Kansas. Entry 1363 from Hadley Ketcherside of Cuba, Missouri. 1365 comes from Owen Sauer of Lewiston, Minnesota. 1367 from Easton Bowes of Orleans, Nebraska. 1368 comes from Callan Warner of Arapahoe, Nebraska. Entry 1369 comes from Paige Walahoshki of Overton, Nebraska. That makes up your class number 3 of your junior balancer females.
Yeah, I think without question here we've got some differences in terms of kind, but still ultra good cattle. The one I chose to go with is just a little bit more square on her feet and legs. She's north and south on the standstill. She's got her feet north and south pitched correctly. She's a female that's big and bold in terms of her center portion of body. She's one that's got some shape and some expression to her, and she's got that extra look and style about her as well. Without question, the longest bodied, longest hip, boldest in terms of her skeleton, in terms of her circumference of bone. That's where the female in second has an advantage. She's a long spine, level top female that can get around the ring and go. She's a female that maybe doesn't have quite the expression out of her hip by comparison to our class winner, but that's a good kind of cattle right there that the young person brings us. Young lady brings us one here again, I think that rivals the one above in terms of length of body, in terms of center portion of body. She's a female that's, again, relatively good in terms of her feet and legs, maybe just gets out-horsed in terms of power. As we get around behind her, maybe not quite as wide and spread through her pin set by comparison, but a good sort of a female there that goes. Young lady brings us one again, one that's long-spined and soft and smooth-made, one that sits down on some bone, just doesn't have quite that extra look and eye appeal here today. Young man brings us one that's ultra good in terms of her functionality. She's a female that's bold about her center portion. She's a female that's got some muscle shape to her. She sits down on a big circumference of bone, a big hoof. She could almost maybe use a hoof trim, and that would make her look a little neater and tidier. But again, we don't want to hold that against one because that's a super easy fix on one. That's a 20-minute fix on one. But really good job by the young man bringing us a nice practical one to round things off. Go ahead and give these young people a round of applause for an excellent job.
Results coming out of Class 107A of Summer Intermediate Heifers. 5th place, 1894 from John Carter. 4th place, 1884 from Piper McIntyre. 3rd place, 1893 from Ada Pence. 2nd place, 1891 from Deacon James. And your class winner, entry 1892 from Walker Wiley. In the ring at this time for your miniature Herefords is going to be Class 107B. These are still Summer Intermediate Heifers. These are calved July 1st through September 30th of 2023. We have 4 entries in this class. 1889 from Paisley Osment. 1888 comes from Gentry Blesson. 1887, Blakely Murphy. And entry 1886 comes from Ben Cottle. These are your 4 entries that make up Class 107B of your miniature Herefords.
As we get out into this division here over on the miniature Hereford side of things, we've got one that's long spine, one that's tall out of her front end. She's one that sits down on some bone. She's a female that is probably the most expressive out of her hip. Just a really well put together to start things off with. When you get on the side profile, we'd like to see a little bit more depth of body to her. But again, I think she does enough of the other things right, such as hitting her holes in terms of her gait, in terms of her walk. She's just a really good kind of a female. Young lady brings us one that's more bold through the center portion of her body. She's deeper bodied. She is heavier conditioned than than our class winner. And as we look at her, the young lady does a good job of getting this one set up. She just kind of gives up the stoutness and power out of her hip. You get around behind her, she tapers through her pin set, and we look at the stifle width and base width on this one. Need to just pull her apart a little bit through her hip set, but a really good sort of a female. If you want to go ahead and keep walking out, young lady, yep, nice job, nice job. Really good practical kind there. As we get out into this next one here, we've got a female that's certainly bold in terms of her circumference of bone. She's one that's got some length of body. She's got some rib to her. Just not quite as pretty and well put together. She wants to taper, wants to roach a little bit out of her top and taper from hooks to pins as we get her out on the move. But I think that's a practical one that you can certainly make and work as a foundation for your herd. Good-footed in that regards, big-footed in that regards. So go ahead and then as we round things off with, we've got the deeper, darker red female, one that's really deep-bodied. I think she certainly has an advantage in terms of her depth of body. She's got some look out of her front end. We just need to make sure we soften her up off of both legs. She wants to miss off of those rear two as she gets out and moves, but really good quality females. Go ahead and give these young exhibitors a round of applause. They're doing a wonderful job today.
Your results from class number 3 in your junior balancer female show. 6th place, 1363, goes to Hadley Ketcherside. 5th place, entry 1368 from Callan Warner. 4th place, 1365 from Owen Sauer. 3rd place, 1369, Paige Wallahashki. 2nd place, entry 1367 from Easton Boise. And your class winner, entry 1361, Gabe Huser. In the ring at this time for your balancer show is now class number 4. We have 3 entries in this class. These are heifer calves, January 1st through January 31st of 2024. We have entry 1370 from Weston Voss. 1374 comes from Owen Spencer. And 1375 comes from Grant Wallahosky. Results from Class 107B of your miniature Herefords. In 4th place, 1888, Gentry Blesson. 3rd place, 1889, Paisley Osment. 2nd place, 1887, Blakely Murphy. And your class winner was entry 1886 from Ben Cottle. In the ring at this time for your miniature Herefords is your 1st and 2nd place winners from classes 107A and 107B. Your results from class number 4 of your balancers. Third place, entry 1370, goes to Weston Voss. 1374 is going to be your class winner of Owen Spencer. And in second place, entry 1375 from Grant Walahoski. At this time, within our Balancer Gelbvieh show, we will bring back our first and second place winners for our judge to select your champion and reserve champion heifer calves.
Over here on the miniature Hereford side of things here, we get out into this particular division. Young man brings us one. We talked about her. She's just right in terms of her feet and leg placement. She's north and south and square on her feet and legs. She's one that gets around the ring with a fair amount of ease. She's one that's soggy and deep through her rib shape. She's one that's got enough muscle and power out of her hip shape as well. We get her out with some of these. She's maybe not quite as big boned, but I do think she balances up nicely and holds herself really well together. She's an extremely stylish female, one that I really like quite a bit. We get into one that's out of the next class that's a long-bodied, powerful hipped, powerfully constructed in terms of her bone makeup. Really, really nice females. They can contrast a little bit, but again, I think the thing they do have in common is they hit their steps. Here's one that's square in terms of her feet and legs, and I think that's important. And when you start looking at soundness as a factor and as a longevity trait, you are going to tend to maybe have some cattle that have some differences in terms of their makeup and in terms of how they're built. But that's just kind of one of the necessary evils of it. But I do think they need to maintain their soundness because again, soundness is a longevity trait. It tells us, relatively how long those animals are going to stay in the herd for us, and it costs a lot of money to develop these heifers. We want them to stay in the herd for a long time and remain uninjured. So with that, really, really good set, really, really good division. Give these young people a round of applause. We'll select the two we like best.
Your champion summer intermediate heifer comes from class 107A, that is entry 1892 from Walker Wiley. Rolling into consideration for the reserve will be the second place from class 107A, that'll be entry 1891 from Deacon James.
Yeah, as we get in for contention reserve, I think it gets a little closer. I think these two are made very similar. They're both long-bodied females. They're ones that have some good hip to them. They sat down on some tremendous amount of bone and circumference of foot. We talked about the female being the female coming out of that second class being squarer and truer off of her feet and leg placement. As we bring the heifer in, the young man brought us in here. She's one that wants to pitch out ever so slightly off of her front feet and legs. But again, not anything that's of concern. That's just kind of a notice when you get between two that are extremely close. As we go out and bring them in for contention for reserve here, we're going to go ahead and pick, again, it gets highly close, but I think I'm going to go ahead and use our class winner out of the other class here. She's just a little bit stouter over her hip set as we compare her. Both really, really good cattle.
Your reserve champion fall intermediate miniature Hereford heifer comes from class 107B, that is entry 1886 from Ben Cottle. Your champion heifer calf comes from class number 3. That is going to be the first place entry from 1361 of Gabe Huser. Rolling into consideration for the reserve will be the second place from class number 3, entry 1367 from Easton Bowes. Your reserve champion heifer calf for your balancers also comes from class number 3. That'll be the second place, 1367 from Easton Bowes. In the ring at this time now for your miniature Herefords is Class 108A. These are spring intermediate heifers calved April 1st through June 30th of 2023. This is a new division. This division is sponsored by 4 Moores Miniature Herefords. Within this class, our first class of the division, we have entries 1907 from Brady Streeter, 1906 from Flora Ensico, 1905 from Bristol Pence, 1903 comes from Walker Wiley. 1902 comes from Juno Hunter. And your last entry, 1901, comes from Chase Hunter. Moving right along in your southern show ring for your balancer show is class number 6. Class number 6 is senior heifer calves of October 1st through December 31st of 2023. We have 2 entries. 1379 from Gabrielle Thibault of Idaville, Indiana. Entry 1380 comes from Lainey Sasser of Edmond, Oklahoma. These are your 2 entries for class number 6. Results from class number 6 of your senior heifer calves in your Gelbvieh Balancer show. Second place entry 1380 goes to Laney Sasser of Edmond, Oklahoma. And your first place class winner, entry 1379, comes from Gabrielle Thibault. In the ring at this time, we'll now bring in class number 7. Class number 7 will be senior heifer calves August 1st through September 30th of 2023. We have a single entry in this class, 1386, from Trinity Treasure Drexage of Shelbyville, Missouri.
In terms of balance and design, we got a female here that's really, really nice looking from the side profile. Really feminine up through her front third, up through her head and her neck. She's a female that's big and bold through her rib shape. She sits down on some bone. She's a female that has some stoutness and some power through her hip, but I think that's where our second place heifer has an advantage. Congratulations. That's where our second place heifer has the advantage. She is without question the thickest ended female in the class. She's boldly sprung in terms of her center portion of body. She just gives it up in terms of look and eye appeal as we compare her to our class winner there, but that's a thick-ended sort of a female, and one that for her thickness and for her power really does a good job of keeping her structure intact in terms of taking a nice long stride off of both ends. We get a female here that's got the deeper red color. She's a female that of the remaining cattle here, she has the most boldness in terms of her rib shape. She can get around the ring and move relatively well. Just a nice angler sort of a female that gives up the power to the cattle above her, but she's a really good calf that goes in that particular class. Then the young man in the hat here brings us a really highly fit, highly presented sort of a female. He's done a nice job for us all day. She's one that's long spined. She's one that's good in terms of her feet and legs. What I'd like to see maybe is just a little bit more depth of body. She gets a little deeper through her chest and through her brisket, and that throws her balance off. She's not quite as boldly sprung through the lower portion of her body by comparison to the cattle above her, and that really does kind of throw her balance off relative to the rest of the group. Then we get the thick-ended one here, one that if you're just studying in terms of phenotype, if you're studying just in terms of look, this one could certainly fit the bill to go third because she's built like the first and second calves in the class. She's stout, she's powerful, she's big-ribbed, she's big-middled. We just want to soften her up off of her feet and legs. So structure on her, if we can improve, we can go ahead and place her up a few spots in this particular class. Go ahead and give them a round of applause. Nice job.
Your results coming out of Class 108 of your miniature Herefords. 5th place, entry 1906 from Flora Ensico. 4th place, 1903 from Walker Wiley. 3rd place, entry 1901 from Chase Hunter. 2nd place, entry 1907 from Brady Streeter. And your class winner, entry 1905 from Bristol, Pence. In the ring at this time for your miniature Herefords is going to be Class 108B of Spring Intermediate Heifers. We have entries from Lillian Stavik, Deacon James, Kenyon Dops, Jody Looney, and Brady Streeter.
Boy, it gets ultra close here in this particular class. I think you could justify sorting this class several ways and still be correct. I chose to go with the female because we've got two females that are really high quality. We got one that, to me, as we study her, she's one that's big and bold in terms of her rib. She's one that's stout and powerful out of her hip. Those are all things that would describe the one in second. Where this class winner has the advantage, she's got just a little more comfortable of a gait, particularly off of her hind end. She's a little more comfortable off of that hock and hind end down to the ground. She's got just a little bit flexibility, and as we look at her, she's just a little more elegant, a little more stylish out of her front third by comparison, but really bold shape, really powerful, good on her feet and legs. Young lady brings us one that's really high quality. She's one that's long bodied, and again, we can say all the things that we said about our class winner. We look at this female, she's just a little straighter out of her hock, and that allows her to walk maybe just a little bit outside of her skeleton as we put her on the move by comparison, but that's comparing one, and that's splitting hairs, and that's a really good female there that young lady brings us that goes in second. Young man brings us one that, again, I think you could trot this one in here and go as fast as you want in terms of walking because she can move. She's good and flexible off both ends. She's one that rivals the rib shape, and she rivals the stoutness and the power that our class winners do. But as we look at her, she's just a little plainer sided compared to the two ultra nice looking females that win the class. And we get out in here, and a young lady in the red shirt brings us one, again, one that's certainly functional. She's one that's got some design. She gets her set up and does a nice job. She's one you get around behind her, she's just a little pinched through her pin set and doesn't carry that width on down by comparison. But again, a highly functional female young lady's done a nice job with all day. Keep using that for your breeding stock, and you're going to be just fine. This young lady here, again, I don't want to clap for her because that'll just get this heifer riled up even more. But she does an incredible job of keeping her cool. It's really hard to keep your cool when one acts like this, and that also makes it hard to look at her. But look at this particular female because we can't get her set up. But as we look at her, I think, and when we do get her somewhat set up, she's one that's long about her spine. She's a female that has got some look to her. But by comparison, she just gets outpowered there. But I think we do need to commend the young lady on her way out for keeping her cool and doing a wonderful job. Congratulate all those exhibitors. That was a wonderful class all the way.
Your results coming in from Class 108B on your miniature Herefords. 5th place, entry 1900 from Lillian Stavig. 4th place, 1897 from Jody Looney. 3rd place, entry 1896 from Brady Streeter. 2nd place, entry 1898 from Canyon Dops. And your class winner, entry 1899 from Deacon James. At this time, within our miniature Hereford show, we will bring back our 1st and 2nd place winners for our judge to select your champion and reserve champion intermediate spring heifers.
Yeah, as we get out into this particular division here, I think the ones in front here, they're very rugged made. They're very stout in terms of their bone structure. They're ones that have length of body. They're ones that have shape. Just really good kind of cattle. As we get into this back group here, again, this is a really good pair. They came out of a really solid class. We've got females that, again, are really robust in terms of their rib shape. They're females that have some muscle expression to them, yet they do a wonderful job of maintaining their femininity as you do view them. We talked about how the class winner out of that particular group just kind of held herself together just a little bit better off her feet and legs by comparison there to the second place in there. But I'm going to go ahead and keep these two together out of that particular division. Go ahead and congratulate them if you would, please.
Your champion junior yearling heifer comes from class 11. That is entry 1403 from Easton Bowes. And your reserve champion comes from class number 10. That is entry 1395 from Megan Walahoski.
Really a high volume, capacious sort of a female we lead off with. She's one that's got the length of spine to her. She's one that sits down on some bone. She's a female that holds herself together really well. Again, as we kind of mentioned before, in another division, maybe want to soften her up just off of that hind leg just a little bit, but allow her to grab a little more reach and grab. But again, she's a long-bodied, high-capacity female, and you got to give it up somewhere. I think she does a tremendous job of keeping herself together. In terms of her spine, she holds her spine together, and that tells me that she's certainly sound enough on the go. As we go, we got another one that matches and rivals our class winner. She's one that's got the length of spine. She's one that's got the length of hip. What she lacks relative to our class winner is that lower shape to her rib cage as we stood here. But she is a long-hipped female from hooks to pins. You get around behind her, she doesn't have quite the power and stoutness that our class winner does, but of the remaining cattle, she is the thickest ended of them all, and she gets around the ring and moves. And again, as we look at this one, here's another big ribbed one, a little more moderate by her shape, a little more moderate by her kind here. As she's on the standstill, wants to get a little bit east and west out of her front legs. We could maybe shore her up and square her up in terms of her feet and leg placement, but the young lady has this one highly fit and highly presented. She's done a wonderful job all day. I think she got stepped on earlier, and that really hurts, and you came right back out here, and that's really, really brave, and I commend you for doing that, young lady. Great job. This young man right here in the hat, one that is, without a doubt, one of the thickest ended females in the class. She's bold about her rib shape. She's one that's got some bone to her. And when you make them that stout and that thick, you got to keep it together in terms of soundness. And I think she does that. As we look at her relative to the rest of the group, I think a lot of that stoutness and mass is conditioned because she is the heaviest conditioned female out there, and that allows her to be maybe just a little bit plainer than the rest of them. But that's a very stout, powerful female that gets around the ring and will do a lot of good for the young person. We've got a nice elegant one that the young man in the hat brings us. She's one that's really nice and feminine up through her front end. She's one that probably has one of the advantages in the class anyway in terms of being long-fronted. She's a female that's got some depth of body. As we get around behind her, just not quite enough power and base width by comparison. Really good, stout, powerful class. Nice job.
Your results coming in from class 109 of winter intermediate heifers. 5th place, entry 1913 from Trinity Bulger. 4th place, entry 1910 from Jackson Clausen. 3rd place, entry 1909 from Tessa Taylor. 2nd place, and your reserve champion winner intermediate heifer, entry 1908 from Trinity Bulger. And your class winner and your champion winter intermediate heifer, entry 1911 from Riley White. Within our miniature Hereford show, we will now bring back all of our division winners, and our judge will select your grand and reserve grand champion females. Your grand and reserve champion female buckles are sponsored by Green One Industries. Your champion balancer female comes from your junior division. That is entry 1403 from Easton Bowes. Your reserve champion balancer female comes from your senior heifer calf division. That is entry 1379 from Gabrielle Thibault.
Well, it's been a tremendous honor and a privilege to be here today to evaluate your cattle and work with your youth here today. They have been tremendous. And so if I could just pause real quick here and just kind of make a point about this particular breed. This breed brings three main things to the cattle industry. Number one, it gets young people involved in production agriculture at an early age. Look how many young people are out here and the age that they are. This breed does a tremendous job of that and should be commended. With only 1 to 2% of us involved in agriculture today, we need as many young people as we can get, and this breed does a tremendous job of that. So as an educator and as somebody that raises these type and kind of cattle, some other things that I do appreciate about this particular breed, it brings people into the cattle business that maybe wouldn't otherwise. We've got a lot of people out there that own cattle today that maybe wouldn't otherwise, because this particular breed caters to that. As people go out and buy an acreage, these animals are tremendous in terms of their ability to propagate on a small amount of land. And as we look at the challenge of feeding the world into the future, and you want to put a focus on pounds of beef per acre, you can put more of these little ones on that acre, and if they can raise a significant portion of their body weight, you're winning in that respective in terms of pounds per acre. And the last thing it does is we have a consumer that more and more wants to buy local, direct from the producer. This allows for the farm to meat sales. These animals cut a smaller carcass, and so maybe from a production, from a commercial side of things, from a packer side of things, that's maybe not advantageous to the packer, but it is advantageous to the producer because we're producing smaller cattle, smaller cows, smaller feed bill, and it makes your farms a little bit more robust from that if you want to start yourself a freezer beef business. And I think those are three main things that are just tremendous about this particular breed. And so as we look at these cattle, I want to take another good look at them. I've got several marked down in terms of ones that are in competition, that are elite in this particular group, but this has been a tremendous group of cattle, tremendous group of exhibitors, and it's such an honor to be here today in this building. And so with that, let's go ahead and give these exhibitors a round of applause. We're going to take another look at them.
Your grand champion female comes from your 7th division. That is your champion summer intermediate heifer. That is entry 1892 from Walker Wiley. Rolling into consideration will be the reserve from that division. It'll be entry 1886 from Ben Cottle. Your reserve grand champion female comes from your 8th division. That is your champion spring intermediate heifer. That is entry 1899 from Deacon James. Congratulations to our Grand and Reserve champions. They will be receiving buckles sponsored by Green One Industries. At this time, within our miniature Hereford show, we will be taking a quick momentary break for pictures at the backdrop. Official livestock imaging is done by Legacy Livestock Images. Once we are done with our photo break, we will continue on with our junior prospect steers. So about 10 minutes or so, we will get started with our prospect steers within our miniature Hereford show. We welcome everybody back to our miniature Hereford show. In the ring at this time is now Class 201A. These are junior prospect steers. They were calved on or after January 1st of 2024. We have in this class entry 1916 from Carson Clements and entry 1920 from Jace Murphy. These are the two entries that make up your first class, 201A.
We get out into here into the steer division. We've got prospect steers here. We've got one that's just built really nice. He's one that's got some body shape and some muscle expression. Got that deep red color. Kind of sets him off and gives him that extra look. Just a good quality one that lead things off with. And the young man here, rounding things out, does a nice job. Has a steer, I think, that certainly has some feedability into him. As you look, he's more greener than the class winner, but he's one that certainly got some shape over his top, and he's got some expression to him. We just need to put the feed pan to him and give him some time, and away we go with that one. But he's good in terms of his skeleton and feet in his legs. So as we get him to a fatter weight, he should be able to hold himself together. Great job by these young people. Go ahead and give them a round of applause for a good set of prospect steers.
Your results for Class 201A, second place, entry 1916 from Carson Clements. Your class winner, entry 1920 from Jace Murphy. Coming in the ring at this time is now Class 201B. These are junior prospect steers calved on or after January 1st of 2024. Within this class, we have entries 1927 from Kaylee McGuire, 1917 from Chase Hunter, 1921 from Mesa Arnold, entry 1919 from Berkeley Went, and entry 1922 from Riley Wyrick. This completes Class 201B of prospect steers.
really a well put together kind to start off with. As you get up over top of him, he's big and square over his loin, and he pulls that power out through his hip from hooks to pins. He's a calf that's wide about his stifle and deep through his twist. He's one that has that extra look and eye appeal. He's got that extra belly shape to him. This is going to be one that is going to go out and do some good in terms of feedability. Good kind of calf that gives you some of those extras there. Next calf here, one I really like him in terms of just his practicality. He's big rib shaped and he's bold, and just love that about him. He's one that is just powerfully made. As you get around behind him, doesn't have quite the muscle expression down his top and out of his hip, but that one is a big, bold, structured one, bold in terms of his bone. Really like that one. Not quite as pretty and as elegant up through his front third, but really good calf that goes in second. This third place steer here, one, he's kind of interesting to me. He's the most expressive down his top and out of his hip. And as I look at him, the more I look at him, the more I study him, the more I like him. However, he's got, because he sits down on some bone there, he's got the expression. I can't tell if it's hair or not, but maybe not quite as soft off of his hind pastern as he moves. If we could soften him up, because as we make these cattle heavier muscled, structure problems don't get better as they get bigger. So we need to make sure we try to catch it as early as we can. But it's a good, powerful steer there that goes in third. If we can soften him up off his rear too, that one's got some feedability to him. A practical one here that comes next, one that's got some length of body, one that looks like he's got some feedability and some production in him. He's one that sits down on some bone relative to the class, relative to the remainder of the class here. A good practical kind. Young lady brings us one here that it's got some length of spine, calf that is, again, practical in his overall makeup. He's going to have feedability into him as you study him. Just doesn't have the muscle and the power and the cutability that the cattle do above, but he's sound off of both legs, and so with that, that's a good one to end on this particular class. Go ahead and give those exhibitors a round of applause.
Your results for Class 201B of Junior Prospect Steers. 5th place, Kaylee McGuire. 4th place, Mesa Arnold. 3rd place, Riley Wyrick. 2nd place, Chase Hunter. And your class winner, entry 1919 from Berkeley Went. Coming in the ring at this time is now Class 201C. These are junior prospect steers calved on or after January 1st. We have in this class, entry 1926 from Ladue Pence. 1918 from Brenna Thorson. 1928 from Ada Pence, 1924 from Jordan Shavara, and 1929 from Mesa Arnold.
Got a high cutability, really productive sort of a steer here, one that's big and square out his loin, really powerful through his pin set. He's one that's got some rib shape and some middle to him, and he just missed there going around the corner, but relative, as we walked him across the room here with that extra stoutness and power and that extra base width, he's really pretty good on his feet and legs as we study him when you make him that stout and powerful. Really, really good calf to start off with. Then we've got a really soft middle one here to start, to come in next, one that's big bone, one that's big footed, one that is really big backed relative of the rest of the group here and up high. I'd like to see him carry that muscle on down low to get him above our class winner here, but that's a nice practical soft-sided kind that goes in second. Young lady brings us one that's heavy structured, big ribbed, one that has some turn to that lower quarter as you view him from the side profile. Maybe not quite as maxed out in terms of clip, but we're judging him on the cattle here today. And then as we look at the calf there, good job. As we look at the calf there, he's a soft middle one, good practical kind there that goes in third. Young man brings us one that's highly fit, highly presented. He's a high cutability steer. He's got some shape down his top, and he does a good job of carrying that out of his rear. What we need to see him softer off his feet and legs, give him a little bit more soundness off of that structure so that we know he can handle those pounds as he does get heavier and can still keep the feedability into him. So as these animals get heavier, if it gets harder for them to move, they're not going to be as highly and productive as we put them on feed in terms of pounds of gain. So with that, really good set of steers. Go ahead and give those exhibitors a round of applause.
Results for Class 201. Your junior prospect steers, 201C results. Fourth place, entry 1926 from Ladue Pence. Third place, 1928, Ada Pence. Second place, 1929 from Mesa Arnold. And your class winner, entry 1924 from Jordan Chavara. At this time, entering the ring at this is 201D of junior prospect steers. These were calved on or after January 1st of 2024. Within this class, we have entries 1930 from Riley White, 1932 from Walker Wiley, 1925 from Charlie Lane, 1931 from Jaden Wilgenbush, and entry 1933 from Charlie Lane. This completes Class 201D of junior prospect steers.
You know, as we evaluate this particular set, I think they all have something to bring to this particular class, and they all excel at something different. This particular steer here, he's probably not the biggest hip relative to the group here, but I do think he's got enough muscle expression. He's one that, again, is big and square over his top, but in terms of out of his hip, as you get him on the standstill, he's a profiler. He's one that is really pretty from the side. He's one that holds himself together extremely well, and again, he's a complete steer. Maybe like to see a little bit more depth of rib to him relative, and I think that's where our second in class here excels. I think he's just a little softer ribbed. This calf is bigger boned as you study him, but he just doesn't maybe have quite that extra punch as you get around behind him. Just kind of a nice sort of a steer there that goes in second. Young lady's done a nice job getting this calf presented into the ring. Young lady coming around here, one that's bold and powerful, one that certainly has some extra look of the steers remaining. He's a calf that's just not quite as soft and not quite as comfortable off of his feet and legs by comparison. But again, he's one that's certainly practical in terms of his makeup. Now, if we bring these cattle in and we just butt them up, so if we just figure out which one's the biggest butted, which one has the most width out of that hind end, that rear quarter, that's this steer right here. As we look at him, he's the biggest butted, thickest ended kind of a steer. He's one got some middle to him, but as you study him, he gets a little more rigid off his hind leg by comparison. If we can soften him up off his legs, again, as we put more weight on him, we want those problems to not get worse, but that's a good calf you brought us, young lady. And to round things out here, young man's got us one that's certainly long spined. He's fit and presented really well. He's got that extra look and that extra style in terms of his fit work as you view him. He just gets outpowered. He doesn't have quite the center rib shape to him, not quite as pulled apart through his center portion of body and expression out of his hip as we compare him. But the young man's brought us some good cattle all day. Go ahead and give that group a round of applause if you would, please.
Results for Class 201D of Junior Prospect Steers. 5th place, entry 1932 from Walker Wiley. 4th place, 1931 from Jaden Wilgenbush. 3rd place, entry 1930 from Riley White. 2nd place, entry 1933 from Charlie Lean. And your 1st place is entry 1925, also from Charlie Lane. Set to enter the ring at this time will be all of our class winners. Returning for our Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Prospect Steer selections. The Grand and Reserve Prospect Steers will be receiving buckles sponsored by Green One Industries.
Yeah, as we get out here into the steer division, we won't go into too much depth here. We just talked to them a moment ago through their classes, but really practical kind here, one that definitely needs some growth and some time, but younger relative to the rest of the group. Nice job by the young man getting that calf here and shown and doing a wonderful job. Young lady brings us one here that's really highly fit, highly presented, one that's expressive out of his hip. He gets around the ring and he can move really well for stout and as powerful as he is. And look for that one to have a good future here as we continue to put the feed bucket to that one. Young man brings us one here that is as practical as you make one here. He's big ribbed and soggy in center portion. Calf's got some turn to his lower quarter. He's really good off of both ends, and again, just a good practical kind. Maybe not the most elite in terms of the fit and clip job, but certainly underneath all of that, a good calf, and we're here to point the cattle out today, and I think that's a really good one that's well deserving in this particular division here and fits right in. Young lady brings us one that's got some length of spine, and she got out of that class. She just kind of had everything that she needed. Wasn't maybe the most expressive out of her hip relative to the cattle that she beat, but does enough of the right things here today. And I'm going to go ahead and use this one right here.
Your champion prospect steer comes from the last class. That is entry 1925 from Charlie Lane.
As we get out of here for contention reserve, really down to two. We talked the one just a moment ago that's highly fit and presented and certainly has a bright future. To me here today, it makes the most logical sense to go ahead and keep those two together out of that same class.
Your reserve champion prospect steer also comes from that last class. That is the second place entry of 1933, also from Charlie Lane. Coming in the ring at this time is now our market steer division. This will be class 202A of junior market steers, calved January 1st through December 31st of 2023. Within this class, we have two entries, 1936 from Quincy McIntyre and entry 1935 from Jack Murphy. These are the two entries that make up your class 202A.
Yeah, we laid my hands on them real quick just to kind of gauge where they're at in terms of progression there. And as we put our hands on this one here, he's really hard, which tells me he's got as much muscle expression down his top as what he reads. He's a steer that is a high cutability kind. He's one that's got some expression. As you look at his stifle width there, relative to the other one in the class here, really powerful out of his hip and just really well designed and balanced from a side profile. And we got a soft-made one here, one that's got some length of spine, just doesn't have the look in the eye appeal. He's a calf that's probably a nickel further along in terms of his condition, and that's evident when you start to read these cattle. They're going to fill out from front to back, top to bottom, and they will get a little plainer from the side profile as they do start to fill with fat, and that's just one of the natures of the beast here. But that calf was a little softer when you put your hands on him, and that just kind of confirms that he's a little bit further along. Two really good quality calves there in that market division to start off with. Round of applause for those two, please.
Results for Class 202A of your market steers. Second place, Quincy McIntyre. And your class winner is Jack Murphy. In the ring at this time is now Class 202B of junior market steers. These are still market steers calves January 1st through December 31st of 2023. We have in this class entries from McKenna Camp, Bo Dixon, Leo Beller, Chase Hunter, and Kaylee McGuire. These are the entries that will make up Class 202B.
Well, we've got a couple of beasts here in 1 and 2. As we look at this calf, he's just got the most of everything and really holds himself together, high quality. When you look at him, he's boldly shaped about his rib. He's got some punch and some power out of his rear. He's one that sits down on a heavy skeleton, and he holds himself together tremendously well on the move in terms of his feet placement. Really good, high quality kind of a calf here. And for the benefit of the group here, as we look at cattle, looking at things, we're looking at cattle that have muscle and cattle that have some condition to them, so muscle and fat. And it's a balance of those two things that get you the yield grade and the quality grade, the USDA yield grade and quality grade. And both these cattle have that to go ahead and grade choice here as we start to study them. Here's another one that's really boldly shaped about his rib. Of the remainers of the group here, this one here is the most well put together and the most balanced. Maybe like to soften him up off his hind leg by comparison to the class winner, but he's a really logical two for me. Young lady brings us a red colored steer. He's one that's really powerful over his top. He's big and expressive over his loin. He maybe just doesn't pull that on back through into his hip as we compare him to the others in the class. He's also one that's really practical, really sound, and you could really do some good just by feeding a whole bunch of cattle made just like that. And so that's a high quality one that goes in third. Here's one that's real long bodied, real soft made, one that's just not quite as good off the feet and legs as we compare him, not quite as elegant made as the rest of them, but a really good practical in terms of his feedability. Young lady brings us one that's really deep-sided, really bold in terms of his structure, heavy in terms of his bone, just doesn't have quite the pin set and quite the stifle width that the cattle above, but I think she's done a tremendous job of feeding this one and getting her to the weight that she needs to be and the condition that needs to be. Go ahead and give these exhibitors a round of applause all the way down.
Results from Class 202B of Junior Market Steers. 5th place, entry 1937 from Chase Hunter. 4th place, entry 1946 from Kaylee McGuire. 3rd place, entry 1943 from McKenna Camp. 2nd place, entry 1940 from Bo Dixon. And your class winner, entry 1938 from Leo Beller. At this time in the ring, we will bring in Class 202C. These are still junior market steers, calved January 1st through December 31st of 2023. We have in this class entries from Fallon Savage, Evie Mitchell, Deacon James, Lillian Stavig, and Jordan Shavara. These are the entries that will make up and complete Class 202C.
As we study this particular class, I think you could justify doing a few different things here, but the one I chose to go with is the steer that's the most complete. As you view him from the side profile, he's the stylish and has that extra look. He's got that extra center portion of body and rib shape as you view him. You get around behind him, I think he's got plenty of expression over his top. Would like to see him just a little more power out of his hip, but he's the combination steer. He does everything that you need him to and does it well and holds himself together in terms of his structure. And so again, he's the complete steer of the group, well deserving there. Young lady brings us one that without question is a really boldly sprung kind of a steer, one that's got some cutability, and I think that's certainly where this particular steer might excel just a little bit relative to our class winner, maybe just a little bit more stifle width and base width as we view him and compare him and power out of that hip, but again, not quite the look, not quite the balance that we see out of our class winner. Really good kind of a calf. In terms of product, in terms of just retail product, in terms of correctness of finish and muscle, this steer right here gives you everything you need and more. He's a calf that as you look at him, unfortunately, compared to the rest of them, gets a little more upright, a little more open about his shoulder, not quite as elegant off of his feet and legs, but the young lady does a wonderful job keeping her cool and getting this animal to look the best possible. But again, in terms of retail product, that one right there is it right there, but just need to balance him up and soften him up out of his skeleton by comparison. The young lady round things out with. Here's one that's got plenty of length of spine, plenty of length of hip, grabs and takes a nice long reach off of that hind leg. However, when he does that, it throws his balance off, wants to roach up through his top, and just doesn't quite hold himself together relative to the rest of the group. But he is a big bone kind of a steer and certainly easy keeping and practical kind. Go ahead and give those exhibitors a round of applause. Another nice job.
Your results for Class 202C of Junior Market Steers in your miniature Hereford show. Fourth place, entry 1942 from Evie Mitchell. Third place, entry 1945 from Lillian Stavig. Second place, entry 1941 from Fallon Savage. And your class winner, entry 1949 from Deacon James. Coming in the ring at this time is now Class 202D of Junior Market Steers, calved January 1st through December 31st of 2023. We have entries in this class from Kaylee McGuire, McKenna Hovden, Keegan Skinner, Jaden Wilgenbush, and Fallon Savage. These are the entries that will make up and complete Class 202D of Junior Market Steers.
You know, this calf is just an absolute beast as you compare him here relative to the class. You get around behind him, he's really square and big over his loin, big back, carries that on through nice and square from hooks to pins. He's got that extra width and dimension out of his hip, and he's a soft-bodied, soft-bellied. When you put your hands on him, he's right in terms of his handling. You make him that good and that powerful and put that many extras on him, the next thing to go is soundness. Well, check the box there because this calf's sound. He's north and south on his feet and legs. Really good in terms of his mobility, especially when you make him like that. This calf here, long-bodied steer, high cutability, huge top, big loin when you get around behind him. He's one that's very powerful, particularly out of his stifle. He's got plenty of width. He's probably one of the biggest thicket-ended calves in this particular class. He's one that's soggy about his rib shape. Maybe like to soften him up off that hind leg, make him a little more comfortable, but in terms of his muscle, in terms of the product that he adds here today, he gets along good enough for me here today. Good job, young lady. We got one coming in here, a long spine kind of a steer. He's one that, again, as we echo what these other cattle have, he's got that extra look, he's got that extra eye appeal, that extra rib shape. What he lacks is when you get around behind him, not quite as powerful up through his pin set and down to the ground as we compare him to the other cattle, but again, really good in terms of his structure, really well put together, really fed, really good, well-fed kind of cattle there. Young lady brings us one, the longest bodied steer in the class, and when you make him that long bodied, it's hard to keep him take a nice long stride off of that hind leg, and this calf certainly does that. He's rugged in terms of his bone, big in terms of his foot, just like the last calf. Want to see a little more power out of the top end of that hip and carry it on down low. But that's a really quality steer there. And to round things off, another practical kind of steer, one that's long about his spine, one that certainly has some practicality to him, really big hoofed and big footed, good sound, practical, good doing kind of cattle. Young lady's done a nice job. Just lacks the overall style and eye appeal by comparison, but that's a practical one that's a good feeding kind, and she's done a nice job with it. Go ahead and congratulate those exhibitors.
Your results coming out of Class 202D. Your fifth place winner, 1948, Kaylee McGuire. Fourth place, entry 1952 from Fallon Savage. Third place, 1934 from Keegan Skinner. Second place, entry 1951 from Jaden Wilgenbush. And your class winner, entry 1944 from McKenna Hovden. At this time, we will now bring back all of our class winners for our judge, Mr. Travis Lautner, to select your champion and reserve champion market steers. The Grand and Reserve market steers will be receiving buckles, sponsored by Green One Industries.
Well, what a wonderful set here as we get out into this market steer division, and I kind of alluded to it a little bit. Some of the good points in the heifer show that this particular breed brings to the cattle industry, and you can see it right here. One of the things that I said was bringing that direct market beef direct to consumer, and these critters are going to cut lighter carcasses than maybe some of the other commercial cattle out there. But that's a benefit when you're selling direct to consumer. We've got smaller families and that sort of thing, and so, but hey, don't get me wrong, in terms of their size, they can still fill a freezer. You get one of these on the rail. So these cattle are expressively muscled. They're good in terms of their shape. They're cattle that are right in terms of their finish. And I talked a moment ago, as we look at USDA grades, it's a combination of muscle and a combination of marbling and fat and condition as we look at yield quality grades. And so cattle to be out here to win and do well in a market show, you know, need to exhibit both those things. And it's an added bonus that we have so many out here that have the extra look and eye appeal being out here in a show. And so what a fantastic job that these exhibitors have done all day. It's been my pleasure to be here to evaluate your cattle and work with your youth here today. And hey, if you didn't get along near as well as maybe you thought, my challenge to you young exhibitors is learn something for the next show. What are you going to do different? You're going to show them differently. You're going to clip them differently. What are you going to do based on what you've heard? Try to continually make yourself better. Self-improvement. These are all lessons that are going to go on and treat you well later in life. And so with that, what a tremendous group. Let's go ahead and give these exhibitors a phenomenal round of applause. And we get out here, I think there's two that are in contention here. They're both built alike. They both have some of the same features and quality, and they have that extra style that you look for. And as we talk again about market readiness, we talk about muscle, we talk about fat and conditioning. These cattle have it, and they have a little bit above and beyond. So I'm going to go ahead and pick the two that I like best here just in a moment.
Your champion market steer comes from your fourth class. That is entry 1944 from McKenna Hovden. Rolling into consideration would be the second place from that class. That'll be entry 1951 from Jaden Wilgenbush. Your reserve champion market steer comes from your second class. That'd be entry 1938 from Leo Baller. Up next in the program for the miniature Herefords would be our showmanship categories. So unlike the previous classes that were just judged by Mr. Travis Lautner, these classes will be judged solely on the exhibitor's ability to present the animal and their wealth of knowledge on their project. We will start off with Class 301A of Pre-Junior Showman. The Pre-Junior Showmanship category are exhibitors in the age range of 3 to 7 years old as of January 1st of 2025. At this time, our judge has snuck off to do some backdrop pictures with our exhibitors, so we will get started as soon as he is done taking pictures. For those of you that are looking for official photos of the National Western Stock Show here in the 119th running, Legacy Livestock Imaging is the official livestock photographers of the National Western Stock Show. Be sure to get your images from this last year here in the great stadium arena at the 2025 National Western. So once again, Judge is taking pictures at the backdrop, and we will get started with our pre-junior showmanship.
So we're going to get started with showmanship here, and again, I'm not sure if they express that to the crowd here, but we've got 3 different heats that we're going to do. So we're going to bring them in, sort them off quick, and then bring them back in for kind of champion and reserve. So that's kind of what we have going on. I don't want to get on the microphone too much because I don't want to give away any secrets and give any benefit to the groups that might be coming in later. And so that's kind of what we have going on for the benefit of the crowd here.
Coming in the ring at this time is now our pre-junior showman. This will be Class 301A of our pre-junior showmanship category, with exhibitors of an age range of 3 to 7 years old as of January 1st of 2025. Within this class, we should have a total entries of 6. We have entries from Juno Hunter, Jolie McIndeffer, Fallon Savage, Charlie Lane, Keegan Skinner, and Carson Clements. These will be the 6 exhibitors that will make up Class 301A of pre-juniors. In the ring at this time is now our second heat of pre-junior showmen. Within this second heat, which is Class 301B, we have entries from Leo Bellar, Bo Dixon, Caden Clausen, Piper McIntyre, Ivy Fields, and Gentry Blesson. These are the 6 entries that will make up our second heat of pre-junior showmen. Coming in the ring at this time is now Class 301C of pre-juniors. This is our third and final heat of our pre-junior showmen. Within this class, we have Paisley Osmond, Blakely Murphy, Quincy McIntyre, Berkeley Went, and Riley White. These will be the 5 entries that make up your final class of pre-junior showmanship. After our judge selects his top exhibitors within this class, We will bring back all of our top exhibitors for our pre-junior showmanship category, and our judge will select our champion and reserve champion pre-juniors. Coming in the ring at this time is all of our class winners, or people that are coming back that our judge has pre-selected from their respective heats. Our judge will be selecting our grand champion and reserve grand champion pre-junior showman. The grand and reserve will be receiving buckles sponsored by Green One Industries. They'll also be receiving a grand and reserve pre-junior duffel bag. Those duffel bags are sponsored by LMT Cattle.
Well, thanks for sticking around, and thank you to these young exhibitors for coming back. All the exhibitors that came back for Showmanship. It gets to be a long day by the time you tie in the fact that these cattle and these exhibitors and their families have had to put some miles on even to get here, and so certainly it makes it a long day on show day, and certainly appreciate the fact that they want to come back and learn some more and showcase their showmanship. The advantage that I have judging them all day, and this is one of the reasons why I like Showmanship towards the end of the show, is because you get to see these exhibitors through and through. You get to see them all the way through. Get to see them when it counts, when they're trying to maybe win a class or a division or what have you, and you get to see them in like today here, kind of after the heat is off and you're in your more natural state. And so it's really fun to see these exhibitors. It's been an awesome show all day long, and these exhibitors have done a wonderful job. And so as a judge, you know, some of the things I look for would be that they have their show halter either cut or wrapped to an appropriate length. We want them to have some nice looking shoes on and have their shirt tucked in and look professional. Want them to have their calf set up and have some ring awareness in terms of where they are in the ring and where the judge is. You don't have to have an eagle eye on the judge, but you should maintain eye contact every now and then just to see what they're looking at, and I think those are some good things. And as we look at, you know, just exhibiting cattle as a whole, it builds some good soft skills for these exhibitors. Eye contact, awareness of your surroundings, and it builds off of that as they continue to get older and compete. And so there's some good things that certainly come out of this, and I really appreciate these exhibitors coming out. There's a couple out here. These have been pulled from different heats because they do some of the things that we like to see in terms of show people, in terms of their ring presence and keeping their cattle set up and those sorts of things. There's a couple out here. We'll go ahead and pick your champion reserve. There's one out here that's done a wonderful job all day, and want to go ahead and commend them and congratulate them. So hats off. How about a big round of applause when we go ahead and select them, but a big round of applause for these exhibitors as well.
Your champion Bree Junior Showman, receiving a buckle sponsored by Green One Industries and a duffel bag sponsored by LMT Cattle, is Miss Ivy Fields. Your reserve champion Bree Junior Showman, also receiving a buckle sponsored by Green One Industries and a duffel bag sponsored by LMT Cattle, is none other than Tess Taylor. Up next in our showmanship category is our junior showman. We'll have Class 302A. These are exhibitors in an age range of 8 to 11 years old as of January 1st of 2020. Broken microphone cord. Sorry about that. Once again, exhibitors in an age range of 8 to 11 years as of January 1st of 2025. Within this class, we have Chase Hunter, Claire Christensen, Jace Murphy, Willow Fields, Ledoux Pence, Flora Insico, and Tate Taylor. This is our first heat of junior showmen. In the ring at this time is now Class 302B of Junior Showmanship. These junior showmen are exhibitors ages 8 to 11. This is the second heat of our junior showmanship. Within this class, we have Mason Blessed, Ty McIntyre, Carly Allison, AJ Camp, Remington Blessed, and Deacon James. These are the 6 exhibitors that make up the final heat of junior showmanship.
You know, again, one of the things that makes these shows run so smoothly is you got to have a lot of good help. And so one of the things I forgot to mention when we were going through and showing these cattle in the show was to thank my ring help and all those getting the cattle ready to go. It's really important and it helps keep the show run smoothly. They got to be a little more hands-off when it comes to showmanship, or we want them to be maybe just a little bit just from that regard, but certainly want to thank the ring help today. It's been tremendous, and as a judge, that's very appreciative because it keeps one less thing to think about there. And so hats off to the ring help and those getting ready here, bringing them through. And so, you know, with that, as we get into this showmanship thing, boy, these exhibitors are a level ahead. As I go through and I judge, you know, county and state level shows, they're doing some things that seniors don't do. And one of those is I just watched about 4 of them walk their calf right into place. Didn't touch them with the show stick once. That's not something that happens today. That's something that happens when you practice at home. And so that's, you know, as we think about some of the good skills that get developed that showing livestock develops a schedule. Every day these exhibitors are out there feeding their cattle and working with them and getting them on the halter and setting them up. Those are things that you do at home, and you can certainly see that. And so in terms of the good skills that we see, that's one of the things we like about one of the many things we like about showing livestock. But you know, hats off to these exhibitors again, because they're doing some things that I haven't seen seniors in high school do at some different level shows. I realize this is a national show, but at this level, that's pretty elite thinking to walk your calf right into place and not really have to touch them to move them with the show stick. So with that, let's go ahead and give them a round of applause. We'll pick the 2 champion reserve.
Your champion junior showman, receiving a buckle sponsored by Green One Industries and a duffel bag sponsored by LMT Cattle, is Mr. Chase Murphy. Your reserve champion junior showman, also receiving a buckle sponsored by Green One Industries and a duffel bag sponsored by LMT Cattle, is none other than Miss Claire Christensen. Before we move on to our next division of showmen, we would like to announce our premier exhibitor. The 2025 National Western Stock Show's junior premier exhibitor is none other than Mr. Deacon James. Congratulations, Deacon James, on being the premier exhibitor for the 2025 National Western Stock Show. In the ring at this time is now our intermediate showmanship. Our intermediate category is exhibitors in an age range of 12 to 15 years old as of January 1st of 2025. We have 2 heats. This first heat consists of exhibitors Colton Christensen, Jordan Wilgenbush, Journey Harris, Myra Morgan, Mesa Arnold, and Bristol Pence. These are the 6 entries that will make up your first wave of intermediate showmen. In the ring at this time is now Class 303B of Intermediate Showmen. Within this class, we have entries from John Carter, Roma Ansico, Jordan Chavara, Jack Murphy, Jaden Wilgenbush, and Brenna Thorson. These are the 6 entries that will make up the final class of your Intermediate Showmen.
Well, I don't think we can talk enough about the quality of exhibitors that we've seen here today, and all these exhibitors are well deserving of being out here. You know, this is a national show, and so you're competing with others around the United States, and so certainly well deserving of being out here. As we go out and we kind of look at these again, I've had the advantage of seeing these young exhibitors work and kind of see their work ethic and see what they've done all day long, and so it's much about that as not only that, seeing them come back in and try for it one more time. And so one of the things that I see out here, there's a particular young person that you can tell they spend a lot of time in the barn and they're working with their animals, and maybe they didn't get along quite as well maybe in the heifer show as they probably were hoping for, you know, but that's part of that drive and that's part of that competitiveness. But you didn't hang your head and you came back out, and that takes a lot of grit to do that. And so as I watch, there's that same particular young person gives me that extra look and that extra everything, and so she circles like that and she pulls her calf just out of line with the rest of them and just begs me to look at her calf. And I think really those are some of the things that you need to do. You don't need to be super obvious about it. You want to kind of hide, but I don't think she does that. I think she hides herself, but does the best to her ability to show that calf, and she's going to be your champion. And I think you could go out here and talk differences between them all. I think they all do a wonderful job. We talked earlier about walking your calf into place and doing some of those things that you need to do to get that extra look and that extra style out of your animal. But we've got to pick somebody, and we've got to pick a reserve, and we're going to go ahead and use this young person right here.
Your champion intermediate showman is none other than Miss Brenna Thorson. She'll be receiving a buckle sponsored by Green One Industries and a duffel bag sponsored by LMT Cattle. Your reserve champion intermediate showman goes to Mr. Colton Christensen. He'll also be receiving a buckle sponsored by Green One Industries and a duffel bag sponsored by LMT Cattle. We will now move on to our last phase of our miniature Hereford show. That phase includes the senior showmanship. The senior showmanship category have exhibitors in an age range of 16 to 21 years of age as of January 1st of 2025. Within this first class, we have entries from Ada Pence, McKenna Camp, Riley Wyrick, Allison Griffin, Rayleigh Ezel, and Jody Looney. These are your exhibitors that will make up your first class of senior showman. In the ring at this time is our final class of our senior showman. We have in this class Evie Mitchell, Thomas Vigil, Lillian Stavig, Kaylee McGuire, Walker Wiley, and Trinity Bulger.
Well, wonderful job out here. Again, when you get to this level, I think it's about knowing about your animal and what the faults are, what the good things are, and figuring out what you need to hide and what you need to highlight. Young lady circling around here had a conversation with you. You've done a wonderful job all day, and you really haven't been showing that long, and that was highly impressive. And my hat's off to you out here with this group of exhibitors. And so I just want to commend you after our conversation. Had a conversation with these, kind of asked them a little bit all the way through here in terms of what they liked about their animal, what they maybe would change, and so got some really good answers. I was checking to seeing if they were paying attention, and there were quite a few of them that said some remarks that I had said exactly about them in class, and so you really have to appreciate that. And so I came back with kind of a question about the breed in general, or about cattle in general. I just kind of asked what the gestation was to try to find a little bit more separation between these exhibitors, and there were two of them that pretty much fired off before I could even get the words gestation out of my mouth. And so I think it's important that you know some of the terminology along that goes with it, and it's just an added bonus that you know something a little bit more extra about the industry and about the animals that you're showing. We're going to go ahead and congratulate this young lady right here. And the other young person that fired off an answer almost immediately was this gentleman right here, and he's done a wonderful job all day. We're going to congratulate him.
Your champion senior showman receiving a buckle sponsored by Green One Industries and a duffel bag sponsored by LMT Cattle goes to McKenna Camp. Your reserve champion senior showman receiving a buckle sponsored by Green One Industries and a duffel bag sponsored by LMT Cattle is none other than Mr. Walker Wiley. This concludes our miniature Hereford show. We appreciate everyone sticking around for today's activities. Tomorrow we will begin right here in Stadium Arena with our Limousine Junior and the Open shows starting at 9 a.m. So Limousine Juniors starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Please, everyone, make sure you make it back home safely, and we will see you here tomorrow for the National Western Stock Show's 119th running for 2025.